Okay, here's what we want to do today. We want to make a grid that align things to the center. We want to try UI elements on the new Battle 3D scene. And if we have some time, we might play with 3D particles. And maybe also try play with Pixie editor. Try to remove card back backgrounds. Okay, so let's start with, we have this grid here, but the way that this grid works, actually let me erase this here. For example, we have our three abilities that, assuming there is a, let's say this line here is the center. Can I make it straight? Yes. If we have one ability, you want, or if we have the three abilities, you want it to be aligned like this. But right now, for example, if there is only two abilities, they're gonna be aligned like this. And if there is only one ability, it is basically like this. So we don't want that. We want this should do here, this, and then these two should move like so. So how do we make an algorithm to do that? Because like when I think we need to know the total width of the row first, right? So first we place the columns. So I think the most difficult one would be this 2-1 because like it would be exactly in the middle. So what I think we need to do is like we place the columns, let's say like this, and now we need to calculate the distance from, actually before we do our offset, normally how it's gonna work, they're gonna be like this, where we populate from the center to the right. So what we can do is get this total width of the row divided by 2, and then just subtract that, right? Because then it's gonna just move halfway here. And I think it's very similar to what we're doing here. See the offset, we're getting the total width. But here, we're doing the total width of, like, assuming that the row is complete. And we can't do that, like, so we need to do this, I think, after. But like, do we need to place the elements first? Like, this sounds weird. Like, I think we should be able to just do the math beforehand. So this offset, basically, like, we wouldn't use this offset here. I mean, we would, but instead we would calculate every time. So this, we're gonna copy this. And the thing is, like, we only have one square in the beginning. How do we know? Everything needs to move back the total So I think before we even start, okay, so before we even go into the row, my basic first thing, that's when we calculate this offset, I guess, because it's on the row thing. And here we're gonna get this total width, but it's, so actually we need to calculate the total width here as well. Let's just call this row width. Let's ignore the z for now until we're happy with how it works. So the only difference is that, so these columns, we don't know how many there are. We basically need to get the columns left. So in this case, like, the total columns is gonna be a column rows dot columns, right? Maybe we can do columns times rows. I think is a bit more intuitive because we talk about the columns. And then every time we place a column, we could actually, this would be columns left. So every time we place a column, we subtract from columns left. In this case here, columns left minus one. Like, so that's one idea. Now, yeah, okay, let's see. And then here, we just do, instead we just do columns left, right? So in this case, let's say if we just have one ability, would have, so columns left would be, even though we're setting, so we're gonna say 3. Now it's not gonna work because we're saying like, okay, there is like 3 columns. Actually, this is just the nodes count, right? So this is nodes count. So actually, this is like nodes left. So what we want to know here, it is columns left, is like, is actually columns left this row which is the nodes left minus I times rows. So I times rows times columns. No, I times columns. Yeah, because like I gonna be the number of rows and then the number of columns. That's the nodes that already happened prior to these, and then the difference from that, it's the nodes left. So now do we even need to subtract? I don't even think we care. We don't need to do that. Instead of nodes left, I guess we just do here nodes count. So in this case, if we have 1, right, we would have nodes count 1, and 1 minus, well, 0 times 3 is still gonna be 0, so we're still gonna just have 1 columns left here. And then this times the width plus half of the spacing. Now we subtract half of that plus the size of the square. So this makes sense to me. Let's see. Let's see if this works. Where's our Godot? And while it's loading, how would we do that on the z-axis? I don't think we need to do anything, right? Because like we're not trying to do anything crazy aligning on that direction. No, we do. We want them to go to the center, so I think we need to do that as well. Okay, I mean, the abilities are aligned perfectly. Exactly how is there any with just one ability? Here. So this is great. Why is it doing this though? It's probably because I could just doing something related to the roles, right? I mean, this is very indicating that, so I gets greater and the offset is getting worse, which kind of makes sense because like now we're doing this here. What is... So I mean, whatever I did, it works well on the last row, but not with every row. Okay, let's just go line by line. So okay, that's the columns left in this row. Fine. So in this case, you would still have 3. Like again, positioning the cards. So with that times 3, like in this case, like it makes no difference. It's completed for before we just called columns. Now just columns left, but it's gonna be the same. Okay, I think it's because in the... So again, the last row here is correct. See, the last row is positioned properly. These here are way more to the left because here in this case the nodes count would be 9 minus 0 times 3 is still 0. So it would be like 9. Like it's assumed there's 9, and in fact, like, yeah, so it's positioned like there's like 3 before, 3 in the middle, 3 after. So I mean, one obvious on the top of my head, we can just do a max. We could do like a math, max, and then put with the columns. The reason I don't want to do that is because I think I'm understanding the problem wrong still. Like, I don't think this should be necessary. I mean, but again, what else? How else would we know the columns left? Again, like the other way is if we keep tracking, like I was saying about like, we can do something like rows left, right? Like rows left equals rows. And then let's say at the end here, we would just do like rows minus 1. And then we just do like the inverse of these rows left here. Wait, does it make any sense? Yeah, okay, no, and then we just check like if it's the last row, basically if rows left is 0 or 1, I guess if rows left is 1, then we would do this. But I also just assume columns. So this would be basically like rows, uh, uh, rows left. Can even do like, yeah, let's say 1. We'll do this, either we do columns. Like, is this better than just doing the max? I think he adds like so many more lines in this if here. And actually it's not max, it's min, right? Yeah, we need to do a math min. Yeah, let's just keep the math min. See, like it, I think it's like logically I think it's a little bit harder to follow. But so here will be columns. Because in this way here, let's say if this is, so this is 3 and then here is 1, then it's gonna pick 1. But if it's 3 3, it's just gonna pick 3. Or 2 3, also gonna pick 2. So again, let just from here, I'm fairly confident that it's gonna work. I still don't think now we can. Maybe do that on the Z axis as well, and then we ask AI to optimize or simplify. Yeah, position perfect. The ability is exactly in the center here. 2 3 1 here. So now if the total height, because like now we need to wait this whole thing finishes, right? Here we need to place every row first to then be able to, again, or we can extrapolate and predict Actually, let's draw. Let's go back to the drawing here. Now it would be the same. I don't know. Can I rotate this? Rotate. Not sure there's a way to rotate. Anyway, you can just do. So in this case, let's say we have our line here. If there is 1, we want it like this. If 2, we want it like this. And 3, like so. But how it's gonna do, right now it's gonna do this, right? But like this, would this ever happen? How? Because again, we order from rows first, so this kind of makes no sense. Like it's always gonna end up like this, right? Like this just gets aligned. Like again, we'd basically need to change the orientation of the thing. So that's yeah, I think we just delete what is it? I think we don't care about this. I think this is done, right? So if that's the case, let's go now and ask AI to let me go to Discord in case somebody wants to come on and chat. I mean, I don't understand these checks here. Maybe is probably there's a smart way to do that when we do the export. Maybe not, but I mean, I think this is very obvious. I don't think we need to check this. Like people should not be putting negative things in rows or columns. Okay, he's multiplying by half instead of dividing by 2. That is that better? I think that's harder to follow the logic. I don't know if it's more performant code-wise, but I'd prefer just... I think that because here we... I mean, technically, I don't think you need this parenthesis. I mean, the IDE is not saying the parenthesis is useless, so... But then I should need a parenthesis here as well. Just as... but then here it says is useless. Okay, I guess we just, if it's gonna save the parentheses as well, we can do 05f then. Let's do the same here. What are they saying? Okay, no to list. Yeah, okay, I guess, I should, return here if. Okay, now for the meats and potatoes. I mean, still keeping, it didn't adjust the mean. I mean, I guess it is probably smart to just check if it's less than 0. But most of the stuff is essentially the same, right? So let's just add these checks here. Let me move here to the other monitor. So here what it's doing, if so we're gonna break, and also gonna break here. So if the node index, I'm doing continue, but he's saying to do break. And that makes sense, right? Because like we're saying to reach the end. Okay, so that is actually better. Okay, so we kind of got this one here. Let me go. Here, we make the grid that aligns two things in the center. Okay. Also, we want to finish the card. So it's essentially, we just need to add the elements now. And the border, I'm not gonna do it for now. So here in our card, I want to do first, I think this name here we can move quite a bit further down. In fact, it should be, I mean, it's hard to calculate. So let's just keep moving here and until we place everything that we want on the card. And the only thing missing now are the elements, where we just gonna copy the abilities, I think. So we're gonna copy, place here elements, and here's gonna be element. And what is this? Is probably just from unique name. Okay, so element grid. And we're gonna do set elements. And we're just gonna copy the abilities here. When this is starting to be repetitive, maybe I can create a function, like a generic function that does all, but I mean, given that this is the last one, let's just do this for now. Elements, elements. Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, the element enum. So we're gonna have element enum. Here is called element. This is the element scene. And the element just needs the element enum. Okay, now all we need to do is copy. Let's get the stat 3D. Let's go here to this 3D folder. We're gonna copy. This can copy the ability, so we're gonna copy. Actually, we can do duplicate. So this is gonna be our element 3D. Here we're gonna rename this to element 3D. We don't need the label. We're gonna create the script. And we're gonna copy this, and also again, but then get rid of the label. We don't need the label here, not here, not here. This accepts a element enum. Let's here import this. This is gonna get a element icon with the element enum. Can just do string, like this is shorter. Why is this? Okay, maybe This I will need to do a toString here. Right? Am I missing anything? Element, mesh ID, background. Okay, so this is an element 3D. Okay, this should be very close to done. I don't think I'm missing anything. I kind of want, I do want a background like in the name here, but this is on, actually let's change this to some element to, oh shit, not on the mesh we want. Actually, let's double check that this is unique as well. But then here in the material, I want to load whatever, water. And here in our card, similar here with the name, I want this like a background. It can be a bit, it doesn't need to be as tall. Maybe half of whatever this size is. So 1.15. Oh, make unique. And also, I'm not super convinced that it maybe can be, maybe it doesn't need to be as black. I'm not seeing the, what is the height? Name it says 0. Let me check if the, doesn't matter if, no. I don't understand, why is the level not visible if it's above, right? It's clearly above. Anyway, here we can put to, let's say, 200. Here as well. Okay. Now we still need to build our project and drag the ability scene to our card here. Card here. Now we can have our element 3D. Maybe the abilities now should go a bit below. Let's try 0.2. Don't see the elements though. Didn't get any errors. Oh no, I see the element, but why is it right here in the ability? Set elements. Okay. In the abilities grid, elements grid. Okay, but I mean, I think we kinda can consider this set for now. We have our finished card. Now we probably want to start testing the elements, the UI elements. Oh, okay, I see the element, but again, that's the position 0. And they're very big as well. You can probably make it like 4 times smaller. Here in the elements, this okay, the ability doesn't have the mesh. So here is if it's a position 0. Here we have this at and I always forget what is the height here of this mesh. Here transform. So the mesh is 0, so all we need to do is put the grid a little bit higher. So just do a 0, 0, 5. But then also we want to make our element 3D a lot smaller. So let's do 0, 1. Okay, let's try again. But assuming it's, I mean, probably the only thing is just the size. The element might still be too big or too small. Okay, it's not really aligned though. mean, first you can double in size, but why is it not aligned with the black bar? It's exactly, I think it's our grid, right? Because like we're moving half down. I don't think we need to do this half on the width. So I think neither here. I don't think this new version we need this. Or maybe we do, but again, let me try this and let's just do 0.2. Also we did not adjust our grid because like we need to configure. Actually, I mean, now that it's open, let me check if removing the width. Now, okay, we do need that still. But then where is, and this monitor keeps disconnecting. What is our element grid? Here we need to configure. So if we want the width to be 0.2, need to place it here. In the columns, we, in theory, I don't think there's any card that has 7. The max, I think it's 5, but I think in theory you need to assume that there is 7. I don't see the element from mudslide. Because the model, like the model is kind of covering it as well. So two things. Maybe the height here doesn't need it. Maybe I'll remove this one here. And we need to make the elements higher than the model. Okay, I think it's time, like we need to start doing some hierarchy, right? Basically, we just put things on top So I mean, card back, I guess it's separate, but then here we have the background, and then we have the model on top of the background. We have these stats, the name. So the level we're putting here. I mean, this is a bit counterintuitive because like it's not one on, like the model is not inside the background. Okay, let's ask AI. It has a background, model, and a name banner. The model needs to be on, like in front. It should be in front of the background, and the name in front of the model. Right now, I'm doing that by setting their Y position higher, but that is very cumbersome to make adjustments, as every change to the card imply changing the height of everything. How to, is there a better way? And even if it says like, okay, we can just put this hierarchy, like things on top of each other, like, but then I'll just keep questioning it. Render layers. I mean, this, it feels like it's the same problem, because like if I put on the layer and if I want to put something in the middle, then I need to change everything else later. It's a different viewport list for each element. It's kind of the same. Isn't transparency and alpha? No. I just ask like, is there a way to do it like in the UI with controls, where the node on top of the renders first? Like all of this keeps implying that like, yeah, I need to keep placing numbers. Transparency, sort mode, and mode hierarchy order. Wait, is that it? Make sure every material has an alpha. Yeah, let's just try this first. So let's put the model back here. So we need to get our camera. Let's do camera 3D. Camera. I don't know, I think AI is bullshitting me. Mode. I don't know. Depth draw mode. The material settings. But I don't think I have this spatial material. I don't know. Fine, whatever. Like, I'll just use the height for now. Okay, we don't need to do it like to put it like this high. Just do 001, right? And this all just do 02. So our name also 02. Wait, what? Oh, 002. 0.02. Name also 0.02. And for the thing that's already inside, so here this grid, fine, can just be 001. While this one stays at 0. Yes. Same thing for the okay, the ability, there is no anything, but again the grid can be at 0. And I guess level we do 0.03. This should be a 0. And then the name can just put a little bit up at 0.01. Wait, why is it not here? This mesh transform is 0. Why is it up? Oh, I was doing the offset here. Maybe that's kind of wrong. And I guess so. Then the ability or the elements here, this also should be 0. Okay, so the level still, I think we send it a bit forward. We get back the grid in here. But I don't fully. Okay, let me just do the level here first. Level label. Actually, no, okay, this 0 is just a level here that we need to. It's already 0. So 0 is 5. I'm not saying, because like the stats looks kind of like in the center here, and it's not going down, but then the elements is, I know, okay, it is the black banner here that is not in the center. Yeah, it just, okay. Okay, final try. It still feels like something is off with this grid on the Y or Z axis, whatever we're calling it. But I mean, it doesn't look like the stats. Like, why are they not going outside of the card? Like, why not? Why it's not being shifted down? But the element is. We're placing the abilities on the card. So here it's around the shadow of the belly of Mudslide. Wait, this on this line. Around when the hands begin, right? Yeah, so the abilities they're also going down. Because again, we are doing this, like we are shifting half of the height down. But if we just have one row, this makes no sense. If there are two rows, let's say we have this here. We want to align exactly in the middle, right? Basically like this. But now what it's doing, we're moving this down. If we have two, so we want this should be like this. Is this the same thing here? Like, what if we have something like this? You want them to be aligned like so, right? But again, to know that, so we need to know the total first, right? Like how many. So if we have 4, so if we do 4 modulus 3 is 1. So if the module is different than 0, we add 1. Or else, no, okay, I guess we just divide 4 by 3 and round up. But let's say, okay, we have the number of rows, we have 2 rows. How do we know, like we don't want this to move and we want everything here that it was gonna be doing this to go half of, want to move half of the total width, right? We get total height, divide by 2, move half. But if, nah, okay, and then this move half, okay, done. Okay, that's it. So we get, so total height, so instead of doing, we do, I mean, we already know the rows, so okay, that is correct. Height times rows plus the space, so that's correct. So now we move back half of the total height. We don't add this, like I'm not understanding why we're adding this. Because I think in this case, I know, okay, because it, because we don't, actually, let me do this here. We don't start here, we do start here. So if you want to shift back, we want to add the half back. But again, like, so this was working already. I don't understand. It's just some other alignment problem, I guess, on the abilities. Let's double check. Let's just move the name a little bit up. Yeah, see, the abilities and ability grid do not align here. So this, yeah, this should be 0. And I guess similar for the elements grid, this should be 0. And the stat is 0. That's was like, okay, the stat was correct and the other was, they were wrong. Okay, perfect. I mean, it's still a bit too big, but I mean, for, let's say for now, I expect us to have to keep resizing stuff later. Let's just move the name and the elements a little bit up and call this done for now. Get the name up, elements up. Okay. Now, if that's said, we want to so we have the grid, we have the card. In no particular order. But let's try. I mean, I think the the UI, I think we can use exactly what we have right now. So let's go here. We're gonna create a, let's open our battle stage. Here we have our battle graphics. No, okay, battle log, battle timeline, yeah, battle arena, battlefield. Here, environmental effects. I think, what is this? Let's just try to get it from here. So environment effects. Uh, what? Why is it now all of? I don't think we can do that. Or can we? I don't know. I don't understand how the control works on a 3D scene. Do we need a separate canvas? Let's add, okay, how to add UI to a 3D scene. Yeah, Control C as an overlay. That is exactly what I was trying to do. Create a control node. As a child of a main node. Okay, maybe that's the issue. Maybe it needs to be. Oh, no, I mean, it's already a child. Okay, so why doesn't it show? Like if I click here, uh, okay, let's just try to get it by name, right? We gonna get our environmental effects, and here when you do our arena update, we also do our environmental effects dot update battle PTO battle info environmental effects. If that works, I'm not confident that it's gonna work, but if it does, like it should be like right in the center, and then we just need to move it to the side. But I expect to see the icons. Okay, so okay, it was as simple as I was expecting. It's just that in Godot, it's just gonna be a little bit harder to visualize. But if we know, man, like there must be a way to visualize this, because like I don't want to just drag this around. Three D UI elements in the world space. For UI that exists within the 3D world, like science health parts, which is not exactly the case. For example, like serial port and Sprice 3D. I don't want billboards as well. So I like method 1. However, it's hard to position the UI accordingly because I can't see it in the scene together with the 3D objects. Like I'm expecting like there's some debug or something, or just okay, canvas layer that will be temporary 3D guys. No, I expect like something that you can just. Okay, can I? Let me just fiddle around. Let's try canvas layer. This is for a 2D scene. Is it a subview port? Interface to a game world that doesn't create a window or draw to the screen directly. Maybe maybe that's it. Let me. Oh. I mean, what am I trying to do? Because like, what matters is the camera, right? So what I'm gonna see is this view here. But you see, the camera, why is it not showing the UI in the preview? Because here, like, again, like the scene, environmental effect scene, like this is in the center, right? So just move the control in this other control. I mean, so far, again, what I can do, I think it's like we create an actual control here. We're gonna call UI. Which does this, and then we do this environmental effect here inside, and then here we go and move, let's say around here. But like this is gonna work, but I would like this to be actually, does it even matter if it is transparent? Again, like, okay, what I want is for it to show in the camera preview. So let's test this. Is there a way to show the control on top of the camera preview? Wait, can I just add this as a child of the camera? Does that work? No. Like this such a, I don't think it should require like all like this amount of code. And maybe in the 3D tutorial, maybe they show how to do this, right? Set up the game, put is there any okay score and display, creating a UI. Using control, yes, to the UI. And the theme, blah blah blah. Okay, so it's putting the square. Yeah, just explaining the anchors. Yeah, I'm not seeing any obvious ways. Previously seen on the node 3D on a camera. The canvas related to scene 3 inside the canvas area Y. Okay, so is maybe I think when I created the canvas layer, it didn't add anything inside it, right? Follow viewport. Still don't see here. Anyway, I think if we just run the game, we should be able to position that during playtime, right? Let me move Godot here to the other monitor. So if I $110. Okay, I think that's basically what I wanted. So I have environmental effects here. I'm gonna save this. We can just add everything, our timeline and our log for now. Also, I want something to put like a big division here in the center, basically to show that this is like this one team, this is the other. I think right now they're too. I know they're gonna be too close, and I don't think there's like we cannot avoid that because again we're running with very limited space. I don't know if I want to put a wall or just a line. I don't think it can be just like a big wall because then it's almost like playing ping pong or tennis or whatever. Like the cards will keep like jumping back and forth. I think we just need just a visual line, I guess. I don't know. Can I add? So let's see timeline. Can I add this during runtime? Man, that's quite awesome. Okay, so just put this here. We want our log. Battle log. Probably want to add. Can do a VBox. What is the size here? Let's say 500. Gonna add these all inside here. We're gonna do expand. Shit. No, it's gonna be annoying. Forget the VBox for now. But I mean, there should be a way to align them, right? Where do I align? Not group. And I forgot where was the align ruler. No. Because like here's changing the flags. Man, there's no easy way to align. I definitely remember using this before. I mean, fine. Let's use the VBox. So what we need to do is set the minimum size here to the size that it is right now. So this one's gonna be 3. I can just do it here so you can see. So 320, 200. This one is 350 by 200, and our log is 350 for 50. Now we do go here, create the VBox. We say set to here. Say it's 500. And now the position is, we subtract here, so 0. Now we add all of these under here, and we say tell them to expand. No, wait, what am I doing? Why? Okay. And we do here with this, we say to expand, and then vertical minimum. Same here. Begin cent. Wait, why is it? This feels off. Why is it? Why is this one touching down here, but not at the top? Here we expand. Think center. There is some margins here. Don't know if I want to touch about this right now. So, I mean, this is fine. We don't need to worry so much about the looks of it. At this, or like stuff like this, like alignment, we're probably gonna redo the UI soon anyway. That's basically for the UI. We have the button to end the scene as well. I think we could add to skip the battle. So let's add that as well. Wait, what? Maybe probably just because I'm adding this during runtime. I don't even know if we need this because like I think this should be part of the timeline. You should just like, yeah, click end or skip, like full skip. But now it doesn't matter. Could always go back to just go to the world. Right, so let's not even add that button. I know, but then you wouldn't see the loot. Okay, fine. Let's add the button for now. Okay, let's just add that to the timeline. So let's go. Let's end this here. we're going to add, so edit the timeline in our we have the sliders and then inputs. I guess here we just add another button here. Let's just do a button. And this we do wait. Why is this not a VBox as well? Okay, let's fix that. So the VBox. Here we're just gonna put speed. And here we want this to expand. Now we want to add a button. It also expands. This skip barrel. Skip barrel button. I want to give a bit more room to the sliders here, so we're gonna do 3. Because they do have don't I put the name anywhere? Shouldn't we have the name? Okay, here inside. There should be a label. But that should be enough space for. I don't know if I want this button to be this big though, because I can. I mean, for now it's fine, and we worry about like the UI and these details later. Now I have okay timeline. Is this? I think we make it a bit bigger though. So we do size 250. Yeah. In our Battle 3D, we're also gonna do it then 250. And we just need to hook up this button here then. So when we do, we need to get our skip battle button. And we're gonna do so skip battle button pressed. We do handle battle button clicked. Remove it from here. Add this here. There's no arguments. All we're gonna do is invoke on battle skip clicked. Okay, on battle skip. No, on route change on played on battle skipped. Okay, now back to the battle here. Let's close this. I don't think we're gonna use the battle timeline for now. Element, ability, stat. We can close all of these. Let's try to hook like just a simple timeline. Let's say we can just skip the battle and then we go back to the history and see if the I don't know, but then we should show the summary already. I mean, it's fine. Like, I don't expect why would be different because like we are connecting. We already did that with the environmental effects. So okay, we have our basic UI that we had before set. So let's start running the game here. See where we stand. But what I'm thinking now is do we start playing with the particles? Maybe. Yeah, we can see round, turn. The buttons here's a can probably give a bit. Maybe do make these buttons here as slightly bigger. And actually, I'm not sure if I did that on the battle scene. Continuous sizing. Oh yeah, here on the battle, the timeline. Yeah, these buttons. Let's do a 2. No, 2 is too much. Maybe 1.5. Yeah, perfect. Maybe even a bit less, so it's a bit more squared. I mean, you can also just set the minimum size here. But me, don't think it matters so much. I think this works well as well. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, can we? Guess let's try some particle effects. Let's just commit this a bit of progress here. Just call whatever UI. I don't remember, like it was such a long time ago since I've played with particles. What are they even? Resource. Where do I let me see, chain, have a particle, anything, heal. Okay, something like this. Let's say the chain heal ability. Okay, VFX. What is this? So features VFX. Not sure it should be here, but I mean, whatever. So let's get something. Let's try to replicate what is the most basic one. Maybe the aura, because there's no movement or anything. I mean, it's just radiating. Let's open it. So here, all this is the rings, and with these particles here that appear and fade. Is that control? Let's watch some particle tutorials. I don't even know which nodes to put. So Godot 3D particle effects. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to this guy. Lilu. Yeah.
Hello everyone.
But normally it's very complex effects. They look really cool, but let's try.
So there's a bunch of different ways to make explosions in Godot, but I think I figured out a pretty good balance of difficulty and effect. This explosion is made up of debris, and then let's add a material to the mesh. And then zero that by will create particles. So what we're going to do is combine all of these
What is this a okay, that's an old 3D.
elements in one scene. We'll create
GPU
three particle
particle.
systems using GPU particle nodes for debris, fire, and smoke. Let's start with the debris.
Okay, because I have this as a shader, but I think we can do that with part. So okay, if that's it, like let's just create. Let's assume that's as simple as creating an old 3D here. Let's go to our battle stage. Let's collapse the UI. Let's create a new scene. Create the node 3D. Make this into a new save branch as scene. We want what is it? So scenes, features, VFX. Let me do the new 3D folder, and we're gonna call this aura effect. Now we're gonna create the GPU particle 3D. What it's saying here. Nothing is used because mesh had not been assigned to the drop pass as a material to process the particle is not assigned. Okay, so I need a mesh and a material. I mean, the material should be in the mesh, right? The subemitter. What is the process material? Is that it? And why is it flickering? Anyway, let's go back here. Let's
We'll go into drop passes to choose a cylinder mesh.
Okay, drop passes.
For the particle, what we're looking for.
What? What? Why is Godot flickering so much? Let me close this and open it again.
Is really a cone, and we can get that by changing the top radius to 0.1 and the bottom radius to 0. We can keep the height at 2, and then let's add a material to the mesh. And in albedo, we're going to change the color of the particle to an orange, like so. We want our debris to glow a little bit, so we're going to turn on emission and set our emission color to an orange, just like our albedo, and then set the energy multiplier to 2, which basically just determines how strong the glow is. Then we're going to head to the top and change the emission amount to 24. In the time settings, we'll change the lifetime of the particles to 0.5 seconds, change the explosiveness to 1, and then set the fixed FPS. Make sure that the particles are facing towards where setting under velocity to 180. The initial velocity minimum can.
Okay, so let's add our man, this flickering is driving me crazy. And I think it's only in this when I have the GPU particle. Maybe once I select the thing, what do we want? We want spheres. Want let's just have like some spheres going away. Okay. The material. What was the material that the guy selected?
And be 12, and then maximum 14. Then to make sure that the particles are facing.
Process material. What? Why I don't see this here?
Towards where they're going, velocity to, and process material will add seconds, change the.
I know. Okay, so that's in the. What about the mesh material?
Go to an or the bottom radius to choose a cylinder mesh for the particle. What we're looking for is really a cone, and we can get that by changing the top radius to 0.1 and the bottom radius to 0. We can keep the height at 2, and then let's add a material to the mesh. And in albedo, we're changing the top radius to 0.1 and the bottom radius to 0. We can keep the height at 2, and then let's add a material.
Okay, just added a standard material
To the mesh. And in albedo, we're going to change the color of the particle to an orange, like so. We want our debris to glow.
So let's see albedo. Let's get some red here. Okay. Now we add the here new particle process material. Okay, it's doing something. We want to be from the center out to be this aura. Want so spawn from position 0, I guess, a point. And that's okay to be from a point, right? But I think this, where do I, there is a place to disable gravity here. Let's say 0. So, okay, now it should stay in place. Now we want radio acceleration, I guess. But what is the direction? Okay, from minus to, what's it do? Minus 100 to max 100. I don't think that it was here. Collision drawing. Let's just put like a bunch more. Let's do 100. And we need to figure out the direction so we can even, so to even see what's going on. Process material. Spawn position. Angle. Ah, yeah, I think it's here. So let's say we do from here to here. I know here the spread. I'm pretty sure this is it. So the spread 360, 180. Initial velocity, let's say it's 10. Okay, that's more like it. Let's do 100. I mean, that's fine, but I don't think we want to do this from one single point. I think we want to use a sphere. Here, point, we want a sphere of, and make it bigger. Let's do 10. But why? I think some balls are still going like inwards. I want all of the balls to go out. Let's do 100. Maybe that's easier to see. No, that's not that much easier. Go back to, let's even do, yeah, let's keep this 5 here, but all the balls should go out. How do we do that? Let's say angle. Where do we set 180 somewhere? Velocity here. Can we try, what about 90? But then it's just going to one side. 180. So now it should be both, but then flatness. Let's ask ChatGPT. Godot, how to create a 3D particle where a bunch of small glowing spheres, glowing energy. I don't want to use the word sphere so to not confuse it. Glowing energy radiates outwards words in a sphere around the player. GPU particle, a bunch of particles, lifetime, fire, one shot, explosive. Like again, like I'm not. I know I want to do. In this case, like this is gonna change, but what I want is the shape, sphere, radius, initial velocity. I think it's set to 10. Okay, so set initial velocity to something like 5 to 10. Controls outward speed. Emissions, so sphere. Initial velocity here, like, so let's do from between 5 to 10. Maybe, am I crazy? Like, no, it's definitely going. No, I think there's definitely some balls that goes like opposite, right? Like they spawn here and go up. Or am I just, or just some optical illusion that I'm crazy? Because I mean, most of them, I would say that the 90% of them are behaving how I would expect. No, but I definitely think like they're getting like a random direction. Yeah, right. Let's do 0. Or if we do 1, 1. I did it, but the energy is not always going outwards. Sometimes it spawns in the center. Somewhere in the middle of the sphere and goes inwards. First of all, start to match the vector from the center of, yeah, that's what I want. So emission shape enable. I mean, but that's, I don't necessarily want to emit just from the surface. And on the surface, but again, it's okay to spawn inside the sphere. So which direction of velocity? So set velocity spread to 180. And choose outward variation. The key set velocity direction to 0, 0, 0 doesn't work. You need to match direction to spawn normal. How do I do that? So for that, enable use emission point velocity. Is emission point velocity? Not seeing this, right? Emission shape. What if just, okay, let's try inherit velocity. No. Velocity pivot. Mission shaped sphere, surface emission. Wait, so by default it's 001. If you want the particle to always shoot radially outward from the sphere's surface, you don't set direction manually. Instead, turn on velocity equals to random to 1. Yeah, I do remember seeing some of the randomness. Let's say here it says to 0, but then animated velocity, radial velocity. The turbulence. Shit. Uh, yeah. But is it this? I think I've tried this before, right? Angle. Lifetime. No, okay. This. I think there's so many randoms. So particle flag. Align where disable Z damping as friction. What did it say again? Velocity random. Yeah, it needs to be here. It's like spawn velocity. Okay, but let's do the sphere surface. Let's see how. Yeah, so okay, at least now we know we're not crazy, because like if there's any ball inside the sphere, that's wrong, right? There should be no ball inside the sphere. Angle. Oh no, it doesn't seem too much. Display, scale, emission, turbulence. mean, 100% it should be here, either in this angle velocity or animated velocity. Okay. That's probably something like this, right? So if we do, let's say minimum 10, max 10. I don't think it's... Okay, can we try to, if we do initial 0, where we just, initial velocity 0. So yeah, it should just appear. And now if we do radial minus minimum 10, yeah, now, yeah, all of them are going out. But it's not going from the sphere surface though. Is it because of the spread? What is, so spread 0? No, there's definitely balls being spawned inside the... Uh, I mean, it's not terrible. Like, it's not far from what I want, but like what I expect before the, if I put here to sphere surface, will be to only be from the surface here, like not from inside. Man, I think the amount of hallucination here is just through the roof. Anyway, let's whatever. It is what it is. Like I don't can learn more about it later. For now, let's just try to do the aura as best as we can. So here the lifetime. We don't want it to disappear, so I think I want the lifetime to be 5. But then it shots the interval. No, it's still a 1, but like we need this to. We need, let's say I want this to happen 5 times. Or let's say 1 burst every second. How am I gonna do that? Maybe that's it. So let's say if we do 0, 5. No, because like when it bursts again, the other, like every particle disappears. I want the old particles to still be there. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I want the particle to last for 5 seconds, but I want a burst to happen every second. But the original particles still disappear. Um, the thing is, like, AI has been so terrible with this particle system. I'm not sure I want to keep. There's any point of keep asking it instead of just check every option here. Trail. It says no compatibility render. I think the only thing that makes sense is this amount ratio. So the ratio of particles should actually be emitted. So if search of lower than 1, user set the amount of emitted particles through the lifetime to amount. This will set the amount of emitted particles throughout the lifetime to amount times amount ratio. Like change amount ratio while emitting does not affect already emitted particles and doesn't cause the particle system to restart. Like, isn't this like shouldn't this like show use half and then throw another half? Or maybe then explosiveness to okay, I'm running out of ideas. Let me ask again. Total how to create 3D particles where 5 bursts of particles happen in 200 particles per second, totaling 1000 particles. Yeah, 1 5 birds, yes, 200 per each, 1000 per total, so amount 1000. One shot on, explosive one. How long each particle should exist? I'm already setting to 5, right? Lifetime. Or maybe that's what I need to do. Let's say if I just do 1. No, it doesn't matter. Uh, now set up the burst. Okay. Emission burst property add. Emission bursts. Man, am I getting hallucinated again? Emission settings. Rate. Like, am I blind? Like, I don't see all of any of these. Like, emission rate. Doesn't say emission. Like, legit, is there another particle here? Particle. Tractor GPU collision. That's it. GPU particles 3D. Like I know there is like could just do like some recursion, like put like emitters inside sub emitters. It looks super ugly. I don't think that's the way to do it. Or maybe there is no way to do it. Maybe like you need to do one burst, right? And then you just spawn another particle system. Like every second you spawn a particle system. So I mean, this setup is exactly what I have, right? Like, what is setting up the bursts? I mean, the only thing different is the one shot. Again, this is like I mean, I will turn on one shot. I think for actually in the case of Aura, no, the case of Aura is not a one shot, but most of the abilities is gonna be a one shot. Yeah. So here, what it's doing is like yeah, just like spawning. Uh, Actually, it's not even spawning. It's just to setting emitting to true using sub emitters. Okay, I guess there is no way to do what I want to do. At least not with one simple particle system. So because of that, we're just not instead of doing the we're just not gonna do the explosiveness. Like it's just gonna be this constant yeah, these constant particles like going flowing away. We probably want maybe this down to 2 seconds. The speed can go a lot lower, maybe between 1 and 2. I think we want to make like more particles, maybe let's say 200, but we make them smaller. So time. What is the size of spawn position? Should be drawing, right? Is this it? Let me try one. One. No. Position, shape, angle, velocity. Display. Yeah, okay, scale here. So we do, let's say 0.1 to 0.2. And we also want to scale over time. Over velocity. Let me clear this. So Wait, so let's make so the spawn here position. This is if we're gonna involve the card. Let's say we do 3. But then here in the scale, we can do, let's say 0, 2 to 0, 3. But how I want the spheres to be getting smaller. But here it says scale over velocity. Okay, let's try just put the scale curve here and assume that this is what it means. So if we put it all the way down, okay, yeah. I want to ease out, I think. Oh, no, ease in, I guess, in this example. So what? No, yeah, why was it not ease out? But I mean, it starts at 1. Go here with how to reverse then. Pretty sure there was a way to flip the curve somehow. I don't think it needs to be perfect, but it's, yeah, basically something like this. Now instead of spheres, so I guess this is the, yeah, so here we want, I mean, now we probably want, where to put like a texture, because I'm not sure if it's in the, I mean, let's try. So we're gonna load on our particles here. Let's say something like this. Yeah, why does it look like S? Okay, what is our, where is our stat aura? Stat aura effect. Where do we have, yeah, material? No shader here, no anything. Checking the things here that have change. Yeah, right on the texture right here. Skin. Okay, let's look at the tutorial where,
glow a little bit, so we're going to turn on emission and set our emission color to an orange, just like our albedo, and then set the energy multiplier to 2, which basically just determines how strong the glow is. Then we're going to head to the top and change the emission amount to 24. In the time settings, we'll change the lifetime of the particles to 0.5 seconds, change the explosiveness to 1, and then set the fixed FPS to 60 just so that the particles look a little smoother. Cool. So in process material, we'll add a new particle process material to the debris. We want the particles flying in all directions, so we'll set the spread setting under velocity to 180. The initial velocity minimum can be 12, and then maximum 14. Then to make sure that the particles are facing towards where they're going, we need to turn on align Y under particle flags. Now to add a little bit of variety,
wait, what was,
14. Then to make sure that the particles are facing towards where they're going, we need to turn on align Y under particle flags. Cone. And we can get that by changing the top radius to 0.1 and the bottom radius to 0. We can keep the height at 2, and then let's add a material to the mesh. And in albedo, we're going to change the color of the particle to an orange, like so. We want our debris to glow a little bit, so we're going to turn on emission and set our emission color to an orange, just like our albedo, and then set the energy multiplier to 2, which basically just determines how strong the glow is. Then we're going to head to the top and change the emission amount to 24. In the time settings, we'll change the lifetime of the particles to 0.5 seconds, change the explosiveness to 1, and then set the fixed FPS to 60 just so that the particles look a little smoother. Cool. So in process material, we'll add a new particle process material to the debris, and then set the fixed FPS to 60.
Okay, I think you just needed to add transparency. Mix. But this is... Maybe let's try another particle, see if it's this. This is the problem here. Say some smoke. Because like this looks 2D, so one way I think instead of doing... Because here we're doing a sphere. But instead of the sphere, what is the shape again? Transparency. Yeah, if we do billboard, is there a billboard here? I think we need to find some tutorial that shows like how to put the... Okay, let's say here's gonna do a fire.
Scale all the way down to 0. So that's our debris. Don't forget to turn on one shot for them in the time settings, and then let's move on to fire. After creating another particle system for it, we'll head on over to the draw passes and select a sphere shape for the mesh. The default sphere is a little too perfect, so we'll make it more jagged by lowering the radial segments to 8 and rings to 4. We'll add a material to it, and rather than setting the albedo directly, we'll go into vertex color and tick use as albedo, which will allow us to change the color of the particle dynamically through the particle process material. We'll also go into the transparency settings and set our transparency mode to alpha. We won't need it for the fire, but we'll be duplicating this whole particle system for the smoke, so we might as well just add it now. Then up top, we'll change the emission amount to 12, and the time settings will keep lifetime at 1, and just like for the debris, we'll set explosiveness to 1 and fixed FPS to 60. So now we can go ahead and add a process material for the particles, and in here the first thing that we'll do is go into our spawn settings and change our spawn into a sphere with a radius of 1. This will spread out the particles when they spawn, but we also want them flying in different directions. So we'll go into our spawn velocity settings and set our y direction to -1, our x direction to 0, and then spread to 90 degrees. What this will do after we set the initial velocity minimum to 2 and maximum to 4 is send them flying down, which is not exactly what we want in the end, but it will be a way to counteract the gravity acceleration of 5 that will add to them to pull them up so that they don't fly up immediately. So now, just like with the debris, we'll go into our display scale settings and change our scale minimum to 0.5 and maximum to 1.5. We'll also create a scale curve to change the scale of the particles over their lifetime. We'll create 3 points here. In the beginning, we want them to be at 0 scale, and we want them to rapidly go up to maximum scale and then drop back to 0 over the rest of their lifetime. One thing to watch out for in the current Godot version is that starting the particles at 0 scale breaks them for some reason, so I had to raise the starting scale to like 0.01. Cool. So the last thing that we're going to do here is add color and emission to the particles. So go into color curves and display, and then change your particle color to a yellow, and then add a color ramp so that our particles will change color from yellow to orange to red. We also want our fire particles to glow, so we're going to add an emission curve, and an emission curve basically just determines the emission energy, and we don't really define the emission color here. So we want a max value of 2 here, and we're going to start off with 2 emission energy and then drop that down to 1 over the particle's lifetime. And that's our fire done. Remember to turn on one shot so that the particles only spawn once we add the explosion to the scene. And let's move on to the smoke by first duplicating the fire particle node, and then turn off one shot and turn on emitting so that we can see our changes in real time. We'll set lifetime to 2 seconds and then move on to the process material, where we'll select do is go into our velocity settings and set we'll keep our cycles over their lifetime. We want to hold that. Now if we effect, we can decide which one you like better. In the meantime, we're going to attach a script to the base explosion node. In the script, we are going to control drag all of the particle and
Hello, Godoniers! In this second part of our particle systems video series, we're going to explore 3D particle systems. We're going to learn the basics of how we have a draw process setting here, where we can set up one or multiple meshes that our particle system will draw for each particle. In most cases, we will only need one mesh, but if for some reason we would need more than one already, which looks like a little flame. So let's go over here to albedo, and then we can just drag the texture into this slot. Now, that doesn't really look like it's supposed to look. The spot around the flame should be of our light really sells the illusion that this is a torch. So let's try it out in game. We start the game, and for some reason, the flame is not there. Why is that? It seemed to work in the editor, so why doesn't it render in the game? Well, the reason for this is that we draw our particles as 2D quads, and these quads have a front and a backside. And right now, the camera is behind Mr. G, and we see the backside of the quads. By default, Godot doesn't render the backsides, but if we material, and here we have a setting called billboard, which has quite a few modes. Now let's see what they do. So let's start with enabled. Now this somehow messed up our scale curve, and the particles no longer shrink as they go up. But we have this keep scale setting, which fixes this. Now the particles follow the scale curve again. Let's try to move the camera and see if it works. And that looks good. Okay, so what do the other modes do then? E, which explains all of these settings in detail. Yeah, and we don't want our particles to fall down, but rather move upwards. So this document about how these settings work in 3D, which explains all of these 3D, but they are falling down. Particle shader. And like in 2D, we can either write our own particle behavior of our particle systems. And like in 2D, the particle system is controlled by a particle shader. And like in 2D, we can either write our own
Just
particle
doing
shader or
quads,
use a
I
particle.
think. And I guess enable this billboarding.
Try to move the camera and see if it works. And that looks good. Okay, so what do the other modes do then? Well, let's try Y billboard. This looks very similar, but if we move the camera up, we can see that the particle's y-axis does not follow the camera. And this is probably more useful if you use the material for something like grass, where you don't want the grass to follow the camera's up and down motion. Now we also have particle billboard. This looks exactly like enabled, but it adds a few more settings if we want to have particle animations like for the smoke we did in the first video. So I think for our case, we can either use enabled or particle billboard, but because we don't need the particle animation, let's stick with enabled. So let's save the scene and run the game again.
So we change to a quad. Add the material. Transparency. In the albedo, we put our texture. Say our fire. Okay. Now let's do red, some orange. And then somewhere here, process material, I think. Close the billboarding.
And now if we move, we can see that the particles.
Oh no, it's down there. Your billboarding enabled. Okay. But now instead, let's go back. Let's try to do our aura energy. So let's get a particle like something like this. Let's go with this one. I'm not sure if again, like, let's just want to put it in the world, see how it's gonna look. So this is too big. But I mean, it's supposed to be an aura, but but it's way too big. How come I give the sphere? I mean, first I think the particles are also like too fast. So here, let's reduce the speed. To 0.1 to 0.2. Yeah, to just kind of stay around the card, but it should see that's going out. Maybe we can increase this a bit. Let's do 0.2, 0.4. And then we reduce the radius here. Let's do 1.5. Yeah, I think this is more like it. Now let's just put somewhere that we know, let's say around here, where it's gonna have a card, right? Let's this is our aura effect. Man, I need to do something about this, like glitching with using particles. It's gonna be really annoying with this. So I think we can try to do, so if the aura is positive, it's going out, and if it's reducing, it's going in. So let's just duplicate this, make one go inwards. But oh, okay, then we need to start scripting. Okay, I'm not sure. I want to play a bit more. Let me try to do another particle or another effect, let's say. So let's, and also, so let's change the color here. Okay, actually this would be, I guess, the mythical aura. We just need to center a bit better. And now let's try to do some thing. It's, I don't even think we need to play that much more, because to be honest, this is quite similar. I mean, the settings is a bit different from the 2D version, but it's gonna be essentially the same. We're gonna create the aura effect. It might have a script that we can control, and actually maybe don't even do the effect. We just copy the scene, let's say in this effect, and then we can just inherit and change the values to do the negative aura. So we wouldn't just have a stat aura, we would have, let's say, a positive stat aura and then a negative stat aura. But I mean, there are a bunch of ways to do that. So what I'm thinking is, what other effects that now opens up with 3D? Like, I'm thinking related to the environmental effects, so stuff like water going up or the meteor falling. Because how would that be? So in the events, let's say this was meteor, so meteor happens, it triggers, and then we would call an effect that would be positioned, let's say, somewhere random in the sky, and then animate towards the center of the arena. And then we need to wait. Once it finishes, it's gonna trigger the event that is finished, and then the battle is gonna proceed. So this is not different at all. You can just pull like a sphere, for example, to represent the meteor, and that's it, and get it done. What about something that is persistence? Let's say we want to do something like a rising tide. So we have the water going up. Every time. The water is always there. So when the battle starts, let's say we would position this effect, which will be the water. This would be a scene. Every time the environment effect triggers, I think we would have in the script like the connection with like this object is related to the environmental effect, and then every time it triggers, like we just signal to the option, say like go next, like do your thing. That could work. But now the question is like how can we represent two environmental effects that are different, like completely different? So let's say we have, let's say this like boiling grounds with something like, well, rising tide. So we cannot just have water here going up I don't think we can do the environment effect on the scenario. I think it's too complex and it's impossible to not have like inconsistencies. I think we need something that is more symbolic. So let's go to the drawing board here. We have our, let's say we have our arena here, and then we have some UI here on this is the screen, and then we have, let's say, some UI around here. And again, this doesn't need to be the environmental effect. What I want you to know is like, I think we need that like in the UI, because we want to hover over the mouse and get and read a tooltip or something. But let's say if we're fighting Shores of Creation, like let's say the Shores of Creation, it's a beach. So let's say there's sand everywhere, but then there's an environmental effect. Let's say here is something with fire, and then something with water. Again, we don't want to flood the beach. We don't want to replace sand with water and fire. I think it's almost impossible, because like some, let's say we have another environmental effect, let's say Exodius Star. So it could just be, or Meteor, right? It could just be a ball in the sky, right? Or a star in the sky. And we can show that with the camera. I'm thinking how. What I'm trying to do is like I want to show the environmental effect in the world without fully transforming the world, right? And then, for example, something like these two here would be easy because it's just one object in the sky, let's say. But if we do, let's say, burning grounds, then it's weird. So either we can, like, one option is like we split the world, and then there's a bunch of burning ground here and a bunch of water here. I think that's gonna look super weird, because almost like, let's say, and it's like there's no magic. Let's say the water is high here, how come it's not gonna go to this side? Like, water flows. The other option is to, let's say, we could just pull like a drawing here and then here, for example, which is or maybe on this side, let's say, I mean, whichever side, let's say, like, let's say this side is reserved for the environmental effect. So like we have the environmental effect Y here, but then we have like a very big drawing, like a meteor here or a sun or something. So like you have the thing that you can hover over the mouse to put the tooltip. Or I guess you can just, let's say you have the big drawing here and then with a square and then the square here. So that's one option. Like we have the drawings and the actual icon. So this way, like anything would work. Now, I mean, I think this is by far the best option so far. I'm just not sold that that's the best, just because of the amount of space that this takes. I mean, let's say this could be the timeline here. Let's say this is the time. And then the log is something that you can, whatever, let's say you can click something here to see the logs. My point is like, okay, we can dedicate like one side completely to make all this information and control of the battle and look pretty. And then on the other side is kind of the focus on, it's kind of like the cinematic aspect of the battle, like zooming on cards or highlighting events or doing like a second camera or showing information like spectators. And maybe in a way that might be interesting for if you want to do, let's say, for mobile, because like we have 3 sections here on the screen that you could like swipe left or right, right? Like you probably are looking at the battle here, but like if you want to check the details, like you would swap left real quick, check something, swipe back. Or these would, let's say the highlights would maybe swap automatically for you. And then in and out once the highlight finishes. I mean, I really like it. Okay, but before deciding this for real, let's just give a bit more thought on doing something with the actual scenario, like the actual world. Because it could have something symbolic. Let's say, okay, we're on the beach, we're in the desert, but let's say there is I don't know, like a font or something. Let's say if we want to do the water rising, you would have something here, like an oasis of some kind, and then where the water is rising here, so you can see that. But then you would have like something else here, right? Like, so you have like two totems, actually, yeah, something like this. Could just have like a totem or something, and then you have like the icon of what is happening. Is that better than this? I'm not too sure, because like most of the time the angle is we have this top view, and I think the scale would look off, because like if you compare the card and you put like a mini volcano here, let's say we have like a volcano environment effect, just put like some, oh, okay, let's say just here, like it has like a volcano here and a volcano in whatever, some lake here, is, and like it's completely disconnected with the beach, right? Like I think again, like the symbolic drawing here makes a lot more sense. It's just better to see than this. And then we can focus on making the scenarios, like the environments, very cool. And we don't need to try to put the environmental effect on top of it. However, I think the meteor hitting the ground makes complete sense, right? So how come? But if we have the meteor in the world and then some water environmental effect that is not in the world, that, oh no, okay, actually we can do, because like the meteor, like you can have the meteor drawing here, but then there's the meteor in the sky, because it starts like at round 1. And then something like rise tide, like every time it triggers, let's say it would just, we could, let's say we could have a wave that just passes by but then disappears, right? It's not this the permanent effect we'll see from the drawing here on the side. But the effect happens when it triggers. In fact, the meteor doesn't need to be in the sky. Like you can just, let's say at turn 5, it just appears and then woof, and hits the board. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be this I think something, let's say it's gonna take around this square. You hit this square, there's timeline here. Yeah, okay. This works. I'm happy. Let's run with that for now. So now what I wanna do is just play the battle then. We just don't spawn any particles for now. And we just do the normal attack. Yeah, actually, yeah, instead of trying the pixie editor now, it's not that important. Let's just try to play the battle then. Just set it all up. And try to press play. Don't need the grid. I don't think we need the element anymore, nor the ability. Yeah, the card animator here, we're definitely gonna use it. Okay. Do we want to just try to copy what we have from the Battle 2D? I think so, right? I don't... No, but actually, I want to take the opportunity to see if that makes sense. Like if that, probably let's ask AI. So probably want to start saving these prompts. They're very similar most of the time.
Hello.
Oh, hi, Damor.
Hi.
Hey, yeah, I'm trying to actually play the battle now. Like, see.
Okay.
But like before, I was just trying to. Before I just copy whatever I did on the 2D, I'll just double check if this is if there's no smarter way to do it. For doing from scratch. But I don't, did you just joined or did you see anything before?
Yeah, so a little bit about the environmental effects.
Okay, what do you
And
think about that?
like, I like the idea of showcasing with the like a representing image on the left, right? And how big that can be. Like, we can, if we need space, we can make it smaller. But I like it being like a standard size image on the left. What I also like is a comet hitting the field.
Yeah,
Right?
but also it is
I
gonna
think,
happen.
yeah, I think that's cool, right? Like, so, and does it need to be with every environmental effect? No, I don't think it needs to be with everyone. Can we add things where it makes sense? Yes, I think we can. Like burning grounds, I think adding a burning tile is not too much of a stretch or too hard. Like I don't think that's too difficult. Is it too difficult to add a burning
No,
tile for burning
the
grounds?
problem is not is that it's difficult to add the tile. The problem is that, let's say we have a freezing grounds and a burning grounds. If they're both
Yeah.
on top of each other, it's weird. Like you cannot see properly. So what I'm
Sure, I would even say that they would interact and counteract each other, right? Cancel each other out, so it becomes a neutral block instead.
no, but that's not part of, like, we don't have this concept in the mechanics of the game. Like we have.
I know, but let's consider putting it in, right? Like I think that would make things really more interesting, actually. In fact, I think it would add another layer to the environmental effects that we didn't even have before.
Like, I mean, I disagree. If we keep in the environmental effects, if we have another concept that is called like ground with a ground effect, then sure,
Maybe.
then we
Sure.
could,
So similar to we have position effects, now we have ground effects as well, but they are rarer than position
my
effects.
point's like, sure, if we have a ground effect, sure, we could think of something like if the fire and ice nullify each
combined.
other, sure,
With your powers combined, you
yeah.
are now neutralized because ice and fire cancel each other out.
But I'm saying, like, if we, with what we have right now, like, no, that's essentially like not possible. But
sure, I'm just thinking out of the box.
Yeah.
Like other cool stuff that could happen on the physical map, like a meteor hitting, like
yeah, but so the problem here, does it say, like, with environmental effect, is the persistency, and that's what I'm trying to eliminate. So they are not persistent. So but you still need it on every time for you to see. So like the drawing here and the tooltip is persistence, right? So you can always know what's up. But
that's always there.
But for example, let's say in the burning ground, it says like apply burn to every unit at the end of every round. So you see at the end of the round, when this triggers, then we put like some animation on the ground, the ground burns.
Yes.
But then it disappears. Like then the ground goes back.
It's just an effect.
It's just an effect at the end of the round. Like,
yes, to show that's when it's happening. Exactly. I agree. That's perfect.
And
that's perfect.
I think the rising tide is the one that I think it's gonna look the weirdest. But again, like, I think my point's like, if you work with rising tide, I think it's gonna work with everything. Because like in Rise Tide, would have this, in my mind, like, you would have the water going up,
slowly, water coming up higher and higher, like and however we present that, yeah.
But again, if we don't have this persistence of we seeing the water going up, what happens is, like, let's say at the end of the round, some water would come, but let's say 1 centimeter of water would come and flush the battlefield, right? And then let's say on round 2 centimeters of water would
2 centimeters
come, right?
That's better.
Yeah.
That's better than this like persistent rising, I think.
So that's, and this is completely you can combine any effect because like they happen at their turn, even at the same time. So for example, let's say we have burning ground and rising tide, whichever happens
Yeah.
first. So let's say the burning ground happens, and then
Yeah.
it disappears, and then the water comes.
Yes.
But
Yes.
they
Sure.
are independent.
Yes. I like that. I think that's better.
Yeah,
think
so
that's
that's
really cool.
and that solves like there's no weirdness in any way.
Okay. Cool.
As I say, the main problem here is like this takes a decent amount of real estate, but again, we kind of have it. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think let's use it. I think that is a very wise use of it. I think we didn't make much of the environmental effects before, and I think we should make more of it. I think there should be more fanfare, more art to represent it, and I think this is ideal.
yeah, and I think we can use the extra real estate because like before to show the border here, the element, like
It's not enough.
it's not. Yeah,
It's not enough.
It's. I mean, I
It's not
think.
enough.
I mean, once you get used to it, it is. But especially because
It's helpful. It's
Yeah.
definitely helpful, but it's not enough. I think we need more.
And also because like especially this like here because we have like two elements here and then it's already like doing this like double border, like alternating border.
Uh-huh.
And because like this what the new players, they always like get confused like why did she, or why is my guy not getting healed or whatever, are you immune to that, right?
Yes.
But I think if we have this real estate here, we can have like a big symbol here of the element, like in fact doesn't even need to be two, right? Or just from the drawing alone, right? Like we have very clear that it's like whatever, it's fire or water or.
Yeah, I think this whole corner here can be made to look whatever the element is involved, right? Like so not the, I mean just the line corner part, not the inside art part.
Wait, say again.
Perhaps I'm not being clear. So
let me go back here.
drawing wise is actually what I need. Yeah.
No, but
So on the
just
left hand side, bottom left of the image, there's a corner. Yes.
Yeah.
Two lines that join together. So if you take that straight line all the way to the corner and all the way to where the image ends at the bottom, that real estate, that straight real estate there, can be used to clearly demonstrate the element, whatever it may be.
Yeah, that's actually what I was trying to do. Let's get like, what is it? Is it a decal, or let me just do like a
something like that? Yeah,
create
something like that.
Create.
I don't know the official term, but
of let's say something a bit more difficult. Let's say fiery vines.
Well, what I would
the corner from the.
What I would do is perhaps use the card backs as inspiration, because their inside art is fairly well representative of the elements, I think. But
I'm thinking something a lot bigger and a lot more intrusive, but transparent.
I'm just saying, use that as inspiration, right? That art as inspiration, and then making something bigger. Absolutely.
Spreading and coming from the image, transparent background. Let's just see if you can do a decent job or not. Yeah, I think I can do almost all of. I did the particles as well. I mean, I just did some shitty particle, but I like it should be exactly the same, like to work with 2D. I mean, just need to create every new particle in 3D, but it's like there's no new system that I need to code, I think.
Okay, that's good
Yeah,
news.
yeah, okay. I mean, this is very... I was thinking of something a lot thicker in the center here, but...
Yeah, that works, sort of, but yeah, needs some refinement.
Yeah, it's a decent amount of refinement, but yeah, but basically something like this, and then here we just overlay the icon in the middle, I guess, like normally, like probably like a specific place, maybe let's say around here.
Yeah, but it always needs to be kind of like the same place, right? So the people
Yes.
get used to that, like that's the spot
Yeah.
where the icon is. So
Yeah, the
if
icon
I want to
doesn't
figure
move.
out what
Yeah.
the hell's going on, yeah, I just hover there and I get my thing. And I would keep the border even, right?
Yeah, and
as is.
Yes, I think exactly like it is here right
Yeah.
now. Just one change. I don't know if you saw that I removed that the bag icon. I just added an extra button here on the timeline to skip the battle. So
Okay.
for two reasons. So first, like it's don't need an extra element,
Clearer.
and also it's written like skip battle.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah,
like
now you know.
some bag.
Yeah, it's not a mysterious bag like, okay, a bag, I get a bag of goodies, or this is my prizes, or like, you know, I skip the battle. Okay, yeah, that's what I want. I want to skip the battle. Okay, all right. Yeah, it's clearer. I think that's better. Definitely a welcome addition. Definitely a welcome addition. I'm really loving this new battle map, man. It's looking so much better. I think this is great improvement.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that I kind of want to do. Let's see if we can do this right now. I don't want it. I want the arena to have like something special. I don't want it to be flat. I want it to be like on a mountaintop, on a crater, something, right? Like or something around it. So
yeah, I would literally create like two separate pieces of rock that's basically like a crystal inverted. So the rock pieces get smaller and smaller the further down you go, and then the top is like a flat piece, you know, like just earth, like a flat piece of earth, and then the same for the other side.
But I'm saying, like, I don't like every map. It should be different.
Yeah, and
okay, what you're saying, something like this, like this would be the side view. What you're saying is they're fighting on top here, right? Is that what you? I mean, there's probably like a delay on the stream, but
yeah, let me just see it on the stream, and then yeah, something like that. Essentially, it's like these floating pieces of rock like that. And sure, like I hear you, that would most likely be an Earth map of some kind.
Yeah, and I can probably put like, let's say, like some spikes here or something, right? Like it's
yes.
But I'm saying another option would be something like this, right? Like the arena is down here. Let's say.
Yes. Sure. Underneath, exactly. In fact, maybe that could be like a theme, right? Like, so one map is the top part, and the next map could be the bottom part of that area, right? Or maybe there's even like multiple layers, like 3 layers on top of each other in an area like this.
And then if it's something more magical, for example, we can have maybe like let's say we have like the floor here, and then we literally have like a floating platform with some floating shit, like, let's say, like, something like
absolutely.
this.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, my point is like we just create a bunch of cool stuff, and if it's flat, okay, I cannot show on the side view, but if it's flat and we have the arena here, at least we have something like some, I don't know, something around, like something to say like, man, this is the arena, like that's the part here. So let's what I want to do here is just try, can I create what is it, CSG box. So let's make a box. Wait, can I do both sides at the same time? Control Shift Alt. Okay, Alt. So I'm gonna do this. Now let's make it higher. And now we move the arena up here. Let's see how this looks. Of course, you would need to be part of the scenario or something, but I want to see how it looks. The view, right? If it's gonna look weird from the angle.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Now I need to make the camera a lot further. I guess I can just, what is the camera script, the zoom script here? Zoom minimum. I guess just do 0. I don't know if I can go negative. Can I try negative? -50. Man, I think I... Wait, where was I? Oh no, okay, I was writing right here. No, why? Doesn't work.
Something, but it's
No, but because like it makes no
exactly
like
as we
it kind of makes no sense to be. It's like this is a field of view. I think it's the opposite. Maybe it's on this side.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but because like this is basically the top view, it kind of makes no difference. But if we give like a very small angle, let me try here. So if we do camera angle, let's angle a little bit. No, why did this looks terrible? Yeah, why does this? No, this all looks. Again, it's because I think this zoom. I don't think the zoom should be changing with the field of view so much. That's why I think we just need to go physically go there. Yeah, like see this like zoom with the field of view. I don't think that's the proper way to do it. I think you just need to move the camera in or out. But anyway, But the point is like, yeah, we should just have can definitely make it good, like, but to put on top of a pillar or something. I just need to adjust the camera, but I don't think it's super important right now. I think it's more important to actually like see if we can like actually play the battle.
Yeah, it doesn't function. Sure.
So let me go back here and then set the maximum to 90. But again, I don't think we need to want to change the field of view at all.
Not right now, but
and also
eventually, sure.
Yes, yeah, it's complain about the field of view as well. Yeah, so now what I'm trying to question here is like let me just write this prompt here, because like that's basically how I set the battle right now. I want to know if it can, like, if that's the best way to do it, or if there's something that I'm doing that is stupid. So okay, I have an autobiography card game made with Godot. I have a sequence of events that happened in the battle. Back, cast, ability, die, dodge. I want to animate the cards in sequence, following the sequence of events, but sometimes things happen. Sometimes things don't happen in sequence. For example, dodge happens in the middle of an attack instead of when the attacker goes back to its origin position. So like, what is the best way to handle this? Because this is the most like, because I am not like that. It works like in the 2D version, where like whatever I did, it works. The problem is that it gets kind of complex, because like you need to see, like sometimes you need to wait stuff, sometimes you wait in the middle, like these like intermediate steps. So for example, an attack, you attack, like you basically divide, like you have the going forward to attack and then retreating back to your position, but then you want the dodge to happen in the meantime, right? And there's many effects, something like this, like something that you want to, let's say, maybe you want the freeze to stop for people to be able to see, but maybe, let's say, a divine shield proc, you don't want to stop the thing. So it gets a little bit complex. So this is a common challenge out of our games when the logic system doesn't always match the desired visual timing. Buffer didn't control when they actually execute.
Complicated.
I mean, this is basically what I'm doing, I think, in interpolation. Yeah, see, just in setting these, it can be a true, false, timeline-based events. Future timeline events can be scheduled. And there's no concept of time. should it? No, I don't. I don't think so, because like it doesn't matter that I'm like, it's just something happens and then you let it go. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Yeah, this I have the feeling that this is the best way, but state machine is such a complicated topic. To do it properly, like I mean, you can implement like a basic state machine, but okay, let me read this one. Let me see if okay, that was the last recommendation. Let me just check the basics here, but I also stop to read the state machine. Here with animation cancel, event queue with yeah, basic animation chaining. In fact, actually, that's exactly how I have it. Basically, just check the thing, and you will wait. But then you can release some specific events, and I have like some channels. Composite animation for.
Well, that's good to know that you're using the right path, or at least one of them, anyway.
Yeah, I mean it
There are
works.
other
Like
options, though.
it.
No.
The question is like, oh, why not just use it if it works and it's like and it's okay? It's because let's say like there are some things that are
Yeah.
harder to expand in this system. It's complex, so I want to use the best system. Period. And says in best, the definition is basically how easy it is to make changes, because like that's the most important thing in programming. Because like yeah, you can code some garbage thing real fast, but most of the time like you actually like again like, making changes, like making improvements, and then it becomes like a black hole of time and complexity, and then you fix one bug and you create 3 orders that you have no idea. So being like simplicity is extremely valuable. Okay, composite animation for complex sequence.
I've got to jump off,
All right.
but I wish you luck in your hunting.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
All right. Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, handle events that consist with multiple sub animations. Yeah, but this like if you're having to check if it's a dodge, and like it's impossible to check everything that might have happened. Like if that's the case, I don't think this is good enough. I mean, I also create all these phases, right? Like okay, you attack, and then you have like the on hit. But like this this is already on the event sequence. So this feels a bit redundant to create these stages. Okay, create priorities. No, but again, then it's this attack dodge. Like dodge doesn't have a higher priority. Like you don't stop the attack because it's a higher priority. Just you stop the attack because the dodge is on essentially on the same channel as the attack. Time-based practical implementation. Okay, whatever. What was this? Thinking timelines, not just queue. No time. Orchestrator. No, okay. Let's read the state machine with a lot of care. So use a state machine for each card that can handle transition interruptions. So idle, moving to attack, attacking, returning, dodging, taking damage. Okay, we have our card state machine. So this is okay to connection of all the states, and when we move to that state, it triggers and calls this function, right? So change state. So check if you can transition. Yeah, no, this seems. I think I'll just do what I was doing, but just doing like a better way. Like just make sure it's very clean. So, and that's maybe similar to what I'm saying here. Prefer events and process them with. Now forget time control. Okay, I just do exactly what I did. Actually, let me delete this box now. Let's go back. Let's set the terrain back to 0. Actually, the arena, right? So 0 or 0 point. And just make sure I didn't mess up anything. Okay. Here I think it's just a particle, right? Or effect. What about this? And the transform. Whatever. So I think we created before we have our arena animator. How to view owners arena 3D. What? Did I create something called arena 3D? Arena 3D. Okay, so there is an arena animator here. Okay, great. But I don't think this is gonna stay. I think this is actually a battle animator. It's not an arena animator, because like we might want to animate stuff technically outside of the arena, for example, camera. So we're gonna call this a battle animator. And we're gonna move this to our battle here. And so here, instead of call arena animator. We're gonna rename this to, and normally it's better to rename it here. So arena animator, we want to call battle animator. What is it? Okay, yeah, that's what is the battle animator? Battle animator. Okay, that's the one who actually have it. So let's just call it battle 3D animator for now. Battle 3D animator. Hey, Legendary Skate. What's up? How are you? I'm good. Yeah, I'm just doing I'm working on the game here. It's a MMO Auto Battle card game. Just open real quick so you can see. What I'm doing now is, I have the game working, but I'm switching the battle view from 2D to 3D. So if you see here, it's like the cards, like, let me slow down a bit. The game, as you see, like, you place your cards and then you battle the opponent on the other side. Like this, I'm not doing anything, right? It's an auto battler. What I'm trying to do here is I want the battle to be 3D, like instead of that 2D or like the horizontal, like it's like 3D and vertical. So that's what I'm trying to do now. But are you a gamer? Are you a dev? What are you using AI art? Yes, partially. So the cards are made with basically I create the base with AI and then I edit myself, and actually there are multiple images together, so it's like a composition. Here, if you see, for example, if I hover over here, you see the background moving a little bit. There's a shader there because there are multiple images on top of each other. Are you, again, like, are you a gamer? Are you a dev? Or are you an artist? What are you? Okay, nice. I do solo dev as well. Can't make art though. Yeah, the reason I'm doing AI art is not even because I cannot do art. And even if I could, again, like, you can still like get other people, like you can get like freelancers or something. But the reason I decided to do AI art in particular is because this game is open source. So I want so that's why I'm using Godot as well. So the engine is open source, the game is open source, and I want every asset to not have like any license or any copyright, anything attached to it, right? So that's because like if people want to create another server for the game, right? Like they should just be able to fork the project and create another server instead of having to worry about like oh, but you cannot use the same image or whatever. So that's the main reason of using AI art. Do you use Godot, Unity, Unreal? What are you working on? I'm not sure what is install. What is starting this? Actually, let me go to the battle stage. Okay, I sometimes work in Godot for my main project called the Fabric Smiles. Fabric Smiles? What is that about? Is fabric like cloth? Or fabric to like fabricate? I mean, I don't know if it's, I mean, I assume it's like cloth related. I never tried to use anything related to like clothing in Godot. I don't know how the physics work there. In fact, that's why like I never did like 3D here before. Yeah, also this is battle event handler. She's called a timeline. Okay, so far it's about a kid who wakes up in his bed because he heard a noise, so the kid goes downstairs to investigate and sees a couch-like monster eating snacks. Well, let me see if I understand it. So wakes up in bed, noise, goes downstairs to investigate and sees a couch. Okay, so it's a it's a couch monster. Actually, this beginning sound. What is a pirate software? A game sounds. In the beginning, sounds like that, right? Like it's a kid in the room and then goes downstairs. I don't know much about that, but a couch monster. But and then okay, is it based on like story based, or is more like focus on gameplay? What is that about? Because here, I mean, just show you, for example, you can, like, you have the world where you can like move around. That's the main. So that's the more like the MMO part, in the sense everybody's in the same world. If there were more players, I mean, here I'm running locally, but so that's only me. But you can see more players here, and then you can challenge them in the battle. See, like you have your cards, and you can place in like in different positions, and then they battle by themselves. And then cards can level up, right? As you get like as you win battles, you get more and more cards, and you continue like that. So that's yours. It's just survival so far. Yeah, I mean, survival genre is quite fun as well. What is this better than? Oh, it's always doing is you blocking the events. Move duration. Okay, so display damage taken, display. Yeah, I don't know why I did it like this. So that's the event handler that all it does is switch over the events. Anyway, I'm going to bed. See ya. Hey man, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Good luck on your game as well. Yeah. Thanks for joining. Good night. And do the build stop. Why this is commented out? Okay, so I'm doing here to display the battle. I will go over the timeline and then just give this to the battle event handler. And then the battle event handler just handles these events. Call this the... Why can't the animator do all of... Let me... Yes, because the animator has the thing done already. Knows the... In this case, he knows the combatant. And in my log, yeah, getting the things from, let's say, getting the ability by name from the ID. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not seeing. It's not super clean. I think my complaint is that there was a lot of repetitive stuff. So for example, let's say this get combatant every time. We don't get the record, like this always happens, but it's just a different record. Here, what I'm thinking is like I mean, I had this cold smell since forever. Like there's something here that probably better to do. I don't know if like some with genetics, with interfaces, with like strategy pattern, something. If I do like a heal processor, heal strategy, I'll just give this event to that class, and then it's gonna, yeah, can do whatever they want. But is that better? Because then you can know exactly, like you just say like, okay, give me the, let's say this case here needs text, so it's like, okay, give me the text creator. And then some others say, okay, just give me the battle animator. Because then the events, all we need to do instead of just you do, let's say, case death event, you get the death event processor dot handle, and then these functions wouldn't be here. It would be in that class, and if you want to change, we can. Okay, I think I want to try to do like that. I think we try to do it, and again, if something that we didn't see, we go back, right? So what I'm seeing here, we have a battle VFX, battle animator, and the text. Let's open this. I have battle VFX. I have battle floating texts. Battle animator. In battle log, I guess. This is battle VFX doing so. Okay, this instantiating this again, like this. Man, this smells so bad. Because, okay, what I'm seeing here, this is essentially like a factory pattern. Let's say you have a floating text factory, essentially, a battle effects factory. But the actual things doing is the animator and the log, right? Because like here, I can even check, let's say, something they used. Because I think it is instantiating here in the parent. Who is the parent of this effect? And so part of the effects instantiate the effect. But Ah, okay, because like I'm putting this effect on around the icon. So I'm saying, okay, instantiate the effect around this icon. So here, now that we have the animator, we would have the battle animator would call our combatant animator, and then you would do, let's say, display death, like die. Let's see if we can draw. We have our battle scene here. And then it process, so it process, I should just loop over events, but then we get to the battle event handler. Inside it, right? Now this battle event handler just has a bunch of, it knows a bunch of interfaces. So let's say I heal event handler. So all we do is like switch event and then give it to the appropriate event handler that we can configure in the beginning. This I event handler it might need those factories. Now, what about the battle animator? Then here we have a combatant. The inside has a card animator. Shimmy has a card and a card animator. And this battle animator talk to the card animator here. What about the log? You could pass it here as well, so battle log. Or the battle animator could. Yeah, I think because or else we need to check like if we want to log on every single event. But actually we might want to do that, right? We might want to log the heals and not the damage for some reason, right? I think you can try to do that. Let's clear this, stop the game. And why is it complaint? Was it after I moved the arena or renamed the arena? Yeah. Let's see this battle animator have I need to go battle 3D animator. Let's create a new script called battle 3D event handler. We want a combatant as well. In fact, where am I setting the card here? Still in the battlefield. Let's check our combatant. Godot. Combatant. Again, yeah, it's very similar to the card. But it has the buffs, debuffs, and I think the position as well, right? Yeah, and the coordinates. So yeah, so let's create our combatant 3D. New scene, it's a 3D scene. Combatant 3D. I'm gonna create a script as well. Okay, with that, we should have almost everything with the exception of these handlers. So let's do in the factory. So let's create a folder here, which are event handlers. And let's create another factory folder here called factories. So let's just try to have the simplest one. So we're gonna have a attack event handler. Create a script for attack event handler. We're not gonna do the interfaces right now. We're just gonna double the work. But like we should do it later. So I think with all of these, like we should have everything that we need to set our battle stage. Let's see what we're gonna need. We need this aura effect. Yeah, so that's basically it. That's why we think I'm gonna take a break. And then for the next stream, all I need to do is like, yeah, get these parsing these events. Now let's just check there we didn't break much. Okay. Okay, now there was an error here. Arena. What's up? Node not found. Here, there's no more arena animator here. Okay. Just commit here. Right, I'll be back. Oh.